Crash into open? Um, Probably not. A little bit of call interest to the upside. Let's get SPX open. So it should be opening somewhere down here. Just under 30. With an upside gap to fill. No gap on futures, but good morning, Dork. How you doing, man? Ready for another day of fun market action? Well, the problem with Google earnings is the failure of Google Cloud Services to, or GCP or whatever the fuck it's called, to generate any significant profits, whereas Azure did. Shows concentration in Microsoft's cloud services, which businesses are incentivized to use anyway because they're already like part of the Microsoft ecosystem. But that could be bad for Meta, Google, and AWS moving forward. Time to lose 100 grand. Maybe just don't trade today, man. This is gonna be a rough one. I'm already up $800. What could go wrong? With you? Everything. I'm trying to buy my unemployed ass city skylines too. I don't know what that is. Can I give you a guess for the market on this Sunday member stream to rep the regards? Wait, what? I'm already up 800. Time to make $25. Yeah, Meta. Well, the Meta getting sued announcement was yesterday, but yeah. It's a game where you build cities. I don't understand the point. It's like Sim City. Are you looking to take profits on the put side of the straddle here, or do you think the downside could be sustained a bit? There's a decent ramp down to like 42.25. But I kind of expect 42.25 to continue to be defended. We've got yields up pretty significantly with the 30-year up 200 basis points this morning already. Dixie's up 106.44, so another 20 BPS on yesterday, and the yen is almost at 150 again. So I would say that it looks like Japan may have run out of their yield curve control money. Finally. Or we're gonna see the long end of the US curve get fucking slammed when yen hits 150 again. But we'll find out. You just get SimCity, choose an already built city, then push all the disaster buttons repeatedly until it's all destroyed. That's the only way to play. Some good shit. Hmm. All the way down to 422. Okay, so most of the puts are now in the money from yesterday. Like the 1 and 0 DTE puts. There's a soft ramp from here down to like 42.10, but it's not very fleshed out. Oh shit. 1 second. Quick, like the stream before he notices. I don't really pay attention. But yes, do that. We need the meatball. I'm not that bored yet. Nope. Camera doesn't work anymore. There we go. QQQ 300 end of day. You know that's not going to happen, Dork. Hmm. Interesting. Wait. I can't get a fill, bro. Working for me. Now Dork's gonna get mad at me about risk management. See what you did, Cornub? What are you doing? Stop. I didn't even look at what you're doing. The WeBull app is frustrating. How much room does this have to the downside? Like 4210. Is QQQ crashing? It's getting hammered. No way they don't pump to 250 again. They could. Maybe we filled the downside gap. If I cleared caution to the wind and full ported 2D poots at open, I'd be doing so well. Instead, I'm up $1,500. That is doing well. Potential GME run dead? No? Not yet. So new plan for them is SPX to 3,200 and VIX to 1999. It sure seems like it. This looks crashy. If there's a cover bid, it's gonna rocket. So if puts take profit, it's gonna go up. A little bit more call interest. Yeah, call interest is picking up to the upside. Still some more puts coming in there right now. That's about bottomed out. Look at what they did to my boy. Still doing to your boy. New scale SMR defending against short seller report. New scale cautions investors not to rely on this baseless and self-interested attack designed solely to drive down the company's stock. So valid short report. What if it just keeps going down? Well, then VIX will keep going up. Where's the Marinara line? um, Good question. Today? Ooh. We're kind of in the sauce right now. Broke 42.12, significant. Not today, it's not. Charm, the flip point for Charm moved up last night. I think you said you might add more EXR at 105. Has this changed? Possibly if my order's canceled. No, it is. So I guess I'll target 100. I might not get a fill there. It keeps selling off so hard. What the fuck is going on? Free cash flows are still positive. Balance sheet's fine. They picked up some debt. Yeah, I need to reset that order. I guess I'll set it for like $100.95. This actually looks kind of healthy. Dow flat, Nasdaq down, yields up. Kind of like the market's just healing a little bit. It's not too bad, actually. More super chats to help Google. Fucking bipolar bear. Ooh. But where do we go? I mean, on the longer term, we could just go all the way. Yeah, well, like 4150. Hmm. There's still some put interest coming in. Yeah, I'll wait a little bit till I see more signs of shorting. Fuck, man. Bonds are up hard today. Vol moved back to positive, and all the correlation they crushed yesterday is back. Yeah, 7 minutes to home sales. Jeffress was too bullish last night. He crashed the market. I tried to temper his expectations for full bullishness. We're likely to see some profit taking though. Yeah, if we get put capitulation, right? I don't know. Puts are pretty well positioned for the housing data coming in here. If the housing data is bad, I mean, they could just push harder and they fucking blow up the 4200 risk. That'd be some crazy shit. Housing data up means more pow pow. Housing down means bad housing market. Yeah, but we don't care about the bad. Like, bulls don't care about that bad housing market right now. Right? Houses are still selling 20% over ask. It's just not 30% anymore. I've got long-term meta puts. Me too. Would it be wise to hedge earnings with calls today? Yes. I'm worried about IV crash. That's the cost of hedging. You could sell or buy bull, yeah, bull call spreads. If you're super worried about crash, so you can sell an out of the money, buy a near the money. That'll lower the upfront cost and also shield you from any vol crush tomorrow. Put profit taking yet? No, looks like it could be starting, yeah. But the housing data is not out yet, so I would still be cautious. And remember, it's pretty bearish here unless we break back above like 42.25. Keep an eye on those ES levels. Yields are starting to trim a bit though, so building permits are in. Oh, yeah, building permits weren't great. Interesting. Why the fuck weren't those on the thing this morning? This came in at a weird time too. 7:40 a.m. The out of the money call positioning. Still quite a bit of it. Put buying starting to slow down a little bit. But they're not capitulating on them yet. Ooh, very little liquidity on the pre-market today for GME. Very, very little. Interesting. But they have $28 billion in tax liability that popped up. Core 3M. What about it? It's up. Still down on the week, but up on the day. No, I think new home sales isn't adjusted. It's just a like a flat reported number, and it's up a bunch. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, never mind. I just hung up in the middle. So month over month, up 12.3%, 759,000 homes versus an estimated 650,000. God, these people are fucking idiots. Hmm. I'm looking like a real piece of shit. Good news for home builders. Somehow that doesn't seem bullish with the mortgage rate print this morning. It seems like banks over leveraging on 1% down loans. It's good for the banks. Shitty for the home buyers. Hmm. 1% down, huh? Sorry, I'm just managing some positions. Because this is quite low. Hmm. Greater than 50% odds of wrecking their Vega risk. Very close. But if they're smart, why short until VIX hits 20? Like, you could sell 30 DT short puts right now for a hell of a premium. $4,100. $44 a pop. I'm gonna wait a little while longer though. GME's just getting liquidity with the market falling. Tonight, Meta Amazon. Kirk, stop selling 4100s. Alright, I won't sell them. You, you caught me. My finger was on the order button. I'll sell 4050s instead. Look, isn't Amazon earnings tomorrow after close? I thought it was tonight. Aren't Amazon and Meta both tonight? Ugh, this list is horrible. Meta, just Meta tonight? Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, Apple's tonight. Apple and Meta tonight. Amazon tomorrow. Ooh, T-Mobile. Boeing. General Dynamics. Apple 11 too. Why does this say Apple's tonight? October 25th. Apple next week. Are we sure? Let me check something else. Looking at 2022? No? I was just looking at Seeking Alpha. Why the fuck would it show me 2022 earnings? Meta, IBM, O'Reilly. Okay. That's weird. There's two websites that report Apple earnings tonight. Did Apple move their earnings? Yeah, I just checked Apple's investor page. Greg, all I have left is 4300C for today. Can I quit my job yet? You think we're gonna get back to 4300? NVDS is a fucking leveraged. It's like a leveraged ETF. The options interest on it doesn't affect the price of the underlying. It's priced off swaps. No, I haven't sold any GME yet. I'm not gonna sell it if it doesn't run. We breaking up or down from here? Yeah, I know calls are cheap. I want to buy them too. Yeah, it looks like just Meta tonight. Meta now is reporting. But Meta's the biggest. It looks like Meta's the biggest one reporting tonight. On Amazon tomorrow. Any other interesting earnings tonight? Huh. Let's see. There's actually a little bit of call selling. That's a weird choice. All right. Why are they able to keep VIX under 20 as well as they are? They can't sell much theta with JPOW next week. JPOW speaks this week. Well, he's speaking tonight, I think. 4:35. Are you talking about the FOMC meeting? I mean, they'll still sell theta. They need to sell theta to short VIX. This chart doesn't look mega bull. Not yet, no. BTU earnings tomorrow. Are they? Ooh, I should do something with that. No, November 2nd? Why can't one fucking source have correct earnings like dates? I'm just gonna check their fucking October 26th. Dude, none of these fucking earnings websites are correct. Dead Rabbit, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Yeah, I see it. Just Google company name IR, then click the first link. Yeah, I know, but that's a pain in the ass. I want all of them at once, aggregated. Old news had to resub. Well, you got a song anyway. I got an official BTU earnings announcement. It's before open tomorrow. You check your emails? Interesting. Yeah, I agree. I just don't want to be too early, Dork. Look at fucking VIX flatlining at 20. Dude, can I buy a 15 wide now? That's slightly above my risk level. All right. 5 wide. 15, 20. 25. All right. They're selling puts and building a call ladder. They're selling puts. Quite a lot of them. I don't know if they need to build a call ladder, right? They just need to drive put capitulation. They don't need to buy a lot of calls. The cover bid's going to be more than enough to move the price up. What if there is no cover bid? The fucking dealers are massively short right now. There's definitely a cover bid. It'd be great if I could see options pricing. You can't? Holding these calls through the stock equivalent of Stalingrad. CBOE, we're actively investigating an issue. Interesting. Nope. Ooh, can I sell a 4200 for $24 right now? Because I would like to do that. WeBull stuck? No, it's not. It's still, I mean, SPX is still trading. Thinkorswim is messed up too. Much confused. I have QQQ calls for put capitulation. Well, the price of QQQ has gone up and down. My contract price has stayed the same. Likely to be a data issue or some delta gamma influence. I think there's a data issue. Nothing's moving in pricing in IBKR either. Bullish. CBOE getting crimed? If it makes GME rip, I'm all about it. Fidelity's acting weird too. The bid-ask spread hasn't changed in 5 minutes. I mean, to be fair, the price of SPX really hasn't either. ATP VIX hasn't updated for 5 minutes. When's the game developer gonna do a rollback for the economy this morning? It's like they're waiting on news that hasn't happened. We're trading on faith now. Crash incoming? I don't think so. Why is RC outaging the market? I don't know. Have you tried turning the economy off and then on again? It just seems like there's an options data issue. I don't like options data issues. Yeah, they suck. This is the most stable my P&L has ever been. Frozen options values are so relaxing. This is the market telling us we can't have stop losses? Not yet. No. I think there's just like a pricing data, so no one's trading anything. I've seen this movie. We've got to call the bank and ask them to value our positions. Does this negate the effects of options chain on the market? Because all my stops just got gapped over. Probably. Also, how? Ugh, I don't want to know. Glitches and outages don't always, but frequently precede fucked up market action. Yep. Luckily, I avoid all this nonsense by buying my options off of Craigslist. It's appreciated, Potato Tom. How's Tesla green through this red? Tesla weekly bros. Also sold, like sold calls being pulled back after they go out of the money. If it V's here, it will set a monthly new low on SPX. No, it won't. We dropped to 41.89 on Monday. When did you start making the markets so we know where the options are being priced? I found a foolproof way to keep from over trading, killing Opera. Is it Opera or CBOE? Have they announced like what the data issue is? Most of us don't have any memory past market open. I know. When was the latest we ran on GME on a Wednesday? Market close. Like that very end of the day. No one is. There's no exchange data being output. Opera processing issue. This was always going to happen during MOASS. You're over leveraged. Good for you. Do they compensate you for this outage? Fuck no. You can try to argue with your broker, but they'll blame it on CBOE. And if you want to take it up with CBOE, you can file like a request form, which they're gonna deny, and then you can sue them if you lost enough money. And they'll settle with you for some marginal amount of what you actually lost. How do you get the recent high and low to show in the chart like this in TradingView? Just use your eyeballs? I think there's an option in chart settings. Maybe. Remember that time I think Edgar system crashed for securities beginning with G? Yeah. I do. CBOE US options exchanges have identified an Opera processing issue impacting CBOE's ability to submit quotes to Opera. All other CBOE exchange systems are operating normally. Excellent. So just no retail trading for I lost $13 on my stop being gapped over. In your professional legal opinion, do I have a case? You're gonna have to sue for the distress. Is there any way to take advantage of this? No. You never halt SPX unless the market's crashing. It scares everybody. I could buy them. They may not be the right price. Also, any orders you place right now might get canceled. There it is. Well done, Hedgies. Kenny's just sitting at his desk with a break opera button in case shit goes south. What a Chad. Best stream card in a while. Thank you. I made this one myself. How high can we pump today? 4250 still? No, we could pump higher than that. I don't know how many of the out of the money calls are still in place, but are we still getting data, Dork? I didn't even think about that. Did CBOE just accidentally confirm that the market is running purely on derivatives? Yes. That was some of the most fun I've had recently, watching all the malding. The malding was strong. Remember, a lot of these people came from super stock. They still haven't gotten all of that out of their systems yet. Someone break out the cuffs. It's time to put Kenny in a cell. What's malding? Think of synonyms. No sell, no sell. Wallowing? Kind of. More like seething or fuming. Coping? Maybe coping. Eh, more like seething. No, like the feeling after the rage quit, not the actual rage quit. I give you a carton of cigs for that fake split. Fuming, yeah. I said fuming, didn't I? Short's starting to capitulate. Well, they're shorting the fuck out of VIX while CBOE can't price options properly. CBOE, our intern alt forward our servers. Sorry for your losses. Why is he a doctor? Did you stop out of your straddle put? I sure as hell hope so. I can't even fucking log into there. Could we see a gap fill today? Yeah. This is how boring the market would be without derivatives. Yes, as a matter of fact. Yeah, looks like I stopped out. Hopefully the order doesn't get canceled, but looks like I got stopped out. Can we get a weekend sentiment check from you? Bearish? A what? What do you mean a weekend sentiment check? What does that even... That doesn't mean anything. It's Wednesday. I'll let you know how I feel about the weekend on Sunday. You didn't know it was Wednesday? Like, how has your sentiment changed since this weekend? I mean, it hasn't. Are you talking about, like, our projections? You know we're making those, like, without any data, right? We're just, like, attempting to predict SPX into the future in order to jerk each other off, right? In a game of mental masturbation. Those aren't like real targets. I update the real targets every night with like current data. Everyone gets a trophy. We've already established that. Also, JFresh is winning. Don't tell him. It is gonna fucking just be insufferable. Is this a rounded bottom breakout? It's a bounce. CBOE US options exchanges have reconnected to offer and resume trading of multi-list options following failover of Opera systems to their secondary site. All CBOE exchange systems are operating normally. Nothing to see here. Everybody have a good day. Move along. Well, okay, so if Opera was on backup systems, then any orders filled during the last like 30 minutes should be okay. Just say it. What? I mean it's not a rounded bottom breakout. That's not how they work or the time frame those occur on. This is just a bounce. It's rounded, but it's a bounce. Can you yell real loud when I need to enter puts? No. How do we still have data? Are we cheating? If we break 42.25, this thing's going to rocket. Continue rocketing. If we break 25. Yeah, above 25 it gets progressively more bullish up until like 42.50. I don't really trust any of my data right now, but it looks like they're still selling the shit out of puts. I think Stefan left. Realizing you've matured is buying an at the money 0 DT instead of an out of the money 0 DT. Okay. Nobody leaves, we just change our names after a backbreaking loss. Terrarium, Fickle Pickle Tickler. If I wanted to sell an SPX 4100, would WeBull put aside 410,000 or is it handled differently? Do you have portfolio margin with WeBull? I've made 85 accounts before this, if you haven't noticed. I haven't. Maturity? I imagine him being eaten Little Shop of Horrors style. What's up, baby hands? He was trying to make the world's biggest travertine planter, and it collapsed on him when he stood in it. What's up, Axe Capital? I still listen to Gherkin in the background. I can't day trade at work nearly as much anymore. Not that anyone knows me. I remember you. Bulls feeling good here? They'd probably prefer the price to be a bit higher. Didn't Bill Ackman say Google was cheap like 2 weeks ago? He probably like doubled down on it or something. If he'd just held his Netflix, he would have made money. Thanks, man. Bobby Snaxelrod? I don't get it, but I like that name. Is the chance of GMO picks run now less likely since the market open has come and gone? No, it doesn't really change. The odds remain fairly similar throughout the day. Later in the day, like after 1 o'clock, probably less likely. How dare you call it espresso? I know you're from New Jersey, regards Kiki, but you know how to spell that word properly. Fortuna Sergio's blend beans. I'll check it out. Thank you so much. Was that bounce the MM since puts couldn't sell or get stopped? Possibly. I think puts sold. Puts were selling. My wife took the last Coke Zero with her to work. I'm malding. Okay. What's a free way I can check if volume on a contract was a buy or sell? I mean, the easiest way, probably the bid ask on the time and sales. If that fails, for free, you're probably fucked. What's going on with Microsoft? Oh no, it's sweet, sweet gains. Thank you for this morning. Your options range info really helped me out of a jam. Namaste. No problem, man. If Microsoft catches a bid, we're gonna dick rocket. Probably. Microsoft, same like Carl. No, bravo. Are you talking about like in your own portfolio? Think we get a gap filled today? They're trying. I mean, are we meant to feel sorry for Carl? Or do we just hope Carl doesn't happen to us? No, it's just an endless shaming for dropping Pigeon Whale. And it's kind of his kink, so. Hmm. Is Carl our Todd? No. No, not at all. Good morning, other shill. How you doing, turd? I'm stuck smack in the losing middle of my strangle. Nice. So this is where we're gonna close, just so you know. They're buying so many 45s. There's a few. You sure they're not selling them? Uh, hmm. We'll get a little bit of both. Alright. What's the call put OI look like after market open? You know, a lot of the out of the money shit's still there, but it's very far out of the money. Um, right now, looks like they're selling the 175, maybe the 4190 and the 4200. They're trying to drive the cover bid, but they're probably not going to get a very significant one unless they get us back above 4225. Hey Greg, I've been away for 6 months due to family issues. Oh shit, Chalk. Just checking in on GME. Any upcoming catalysts or OPEX you're watching, or is that old news? I hope all is well on your end. Well, glad to see you. Sorry to hear about the family issues. We're waiting to see if there's any covering today. Today's the settlement end of the settlement period. So, if there's not, probably pretty bearish until November. Can I talk to my coffee like it's a person? Do I have a problem? I don't know. What'd you say to it? I think it really depends on what you said to it. Like, was it food related? Were you like, you're a delicious little bitch, I'm gonna slurp you up? Or was it like, was it just like, hey man, could you not sit so close to the keyboard? Because, well, those are both weird, but. Mm, nice. That's what I like to see, Dork. when I have long positions for the intraday. They can't make SPX green, right? Why not? Did you buy puts? Did you buy puts at the bottom? They DDoSed fucking CBOE. I mean, obviously it was gonna turn around, right? How do you keep that back from tightening while sitting all day? Oh, I just, at night, I do all of my work from a foam roller. No, I just have a really expensive chair. It's like no one here was invested in GME in Jan 2021. When you can't use options, the price moves in the wrong way. It was obvious SPX would go up, right? Seemed obvious to me. I don't know. Maybe it was when VIX finally printed a candle and it was immediately down like 2%. Retailer pours? Fuck pours. Todd slapped it down with a cold spoon. Even if I bought calls at the bottom, no excuses. Even I buy calls. All right. Yeah, that one seemed like kind of an easy win. Hear me out. Fail a new low of the week. Interesting. No, I don't like it. I sold bull puts at 4,200. It was scary. Why? It's the largest position in the options chain is defending you. If I would have waited till after housing data to buy calls, I would have made more, but held and saved the position. I need patience. Fair. Well, now you know. Work on that. Fuck, my pen exploded. Could this day get any worse? Think about it this way, Brad. It could only get better. I didn't buy calls at the bottom, but sold all of my short-dated puts and sold puts against the longer term. Would love thoughts about re-entry, as I always seem to mess that up. If we're up and VIX is down, that's usually a nice time. Is the 6th of November meant to be a big date for GME? It's like ETF FTD period. Is it earnings? Well, at least it wasn't my peen. Amen. Most people are pretty happy when their peen explodes. And volume's just not a very good indicator of things. I just see number going up. I sold my 4245C down 70% this morning, so I'll have to restart my new pen fund from scratch. How many times will we bounce off 4200 before we break through? Well, it's a good question. Nobody on the other side of the trade wants that level lost. It's carrying quite a lot of risk. Do you think we get back to 4250 today? That's possible. It's not like outside of our range or anything. What area would you be looking at to add long-term positions? And I'll probably wait till all the earnings play out, like all the mega cap earnings. Well, besides Nvidia, because they're super late, but definitely Apple. I might pick up debit spreads, but probably no just straight up puts unless they short VIX back down to like 15 or something. I'm pretty happy with most of my November position is up or in the money right now, so. Yeah, I think it's pertinent to bring up that even the bears are long. Number go down bigly, fastly is bad for everybody, bulls and bears. Yep. No. Institutionally positioned bears do not want that. Because like hedge funds aren't just raw dogging huge piles of out of the money directional options like you guys. Like even net short funds are still like, you know, 55, 45 short to long. Although tail risk funds are probably just net short everything, but there's not a lot of those. Jimmy Halton to close today for old time's sake. That'd be cool. Hedge funds only raw dog cooked out hookers. That's a popular thing. Hmm. A lot of mixed signals here. Maybe we break out in the next, like, or start breaking out in the next, like, 5-10 minutes. Once we clear 42.25, the meatball starts going downhill. Apparently, Israel's agreed to delaying a ground invasion. Ooh, full bull. The green and red don't matter as far as the meatball is concerned. RTX in shambles, and it finally ran a little bit. No, I don't think the meatball talk was clipped. I don't know if we get ups for the rest of the day, but I think we can get ups, more ups still. What does the meatball represent again? Spot. Meatball's not a centaur. Meatball's literally a meatball. 42.50 calls sold short or long. They were long this morning. The volume right now long, looks like. A lot of the volume's between like mid and ask, so. Bears are gonna try to defend 25, I think. Do you use debit spreads rather than credit after earnings because of the IV crash? No. 1 second. Yeah, the 5-year auction could have some effect. The meatball thing seems mildly racist, but it's okay because you're Persian. How's it racist? It's a fucking meatball. You're fucking racist if you think meatballs only apply to one culture. Does the meatball complement the pimento? No, they're totally different. Girk, you don't understand. Victimhood is the new social credit. Yeah, everything sucks. Everyone's sad. I don't like getting hung up here for so long. Don't buy your call so far out of the money. RC victimized me. Hmm. Probably like 42.50 for now. Ew. To the downside, 41.75. A lot more room to the downside. Interesting. Apparently, the Turkish stock market is crashing. Oh, who cares? You tell Microsoft to get their shit together. They have their shit together. Why is everyone so impatient? We have all day to go up. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, my 4275s are sick and scared. Why the fuck would you have 4275s right now? Stop buying out of the money and trying to scalp Delta, Hazy. Also, fix your name. I'm not calling you fucking John Ralphio. Not every move to the upside is going to be a fucking short squeeze on a cover bid. Due to the lack of Latino representation, I demand that you use a green tomatillo versus a meatball. That would be cultural appropriation, Victor. Nice try. You're not going to trick me. Do you think the next test of 4225 is going to be important in determining direction? No. I'm impatient because my stop is set at 4211 and we keep flirting with it. Seems like you might need a wider stop. Forget Turkey. How about Greece? What's going on with Greece? How often do you play at the money SPX 0 DTEs? Every day? I'm diamond handing 4225s. You're part of the problem. He trades SPY. The guy you're thinking of trades SPY. Well, maybe he's moved on, but he used to trade SPY. Yar, this be a megaphone? Mm, nah, not really. Kind of just flat. My girlfriend dropped her phone in some water and now it's struggling to type. I suggested putting her phone in the oven to top the high temp shutdown and evaporate the H2O. Her phone's gonna melt. If it gets too hot, the solder will start to come apart. So after Japan ran out of money to short Dixie, what's their plan now? The Ministry of Finance still has another $186 billion, which is the 5 times the amount just deployed for yield curve control, so. I don't know. Might not give up on him. I can't trade SPX in the WeBull and the web browser client. Why not? SPX. Yeah, Jimmy sucks nowadays, Tim. Not wrong. Is QQQ better than SPY for intraday market swings on options pricing? Slightly. Can you delete the head and shoulders? If it's any consolation, it's kind of a sloppy one. Does this keep getting more bearish? I mean, if they're not actively shorting VIX, then yes. Although they are actively trying to short VIX. I gave Carl's wife the old slappy head and shoulders when we went downtown the other day for the facial. Nice. Where is Carl today? He was trying to download a video game earlier. How do I explain to a girl that my kink is bidding on options chains that have zero open interest? Tell her you're into obscure derivatives? I assumed it was a typo, Brett. I trade markets everyone else is too scared to trade. I'm kind of a badass. What does Japan hope to accomplish by spending billions shorting the dollar? Surely the macro headwinds aren't going to change. Are they just setting money on fire at this point? I mean, they're not setting money on fire. There's a return on the money they spend, but they're attempting to stabilize their currency through the bout of inflation, right? And then as inflation settles and they're able to return their inflation to their target rate, then, they would cease those operations or no longer need to continue them. So far they've been wrong, obviously, and energy demand has spiked, which has affected them greatly. How are GME tips looking? Flat? Oh, they were flat the last time I looked. Uh, yeah, still pretty flat. Well, I didn't diamond hand, and they hit my stops. Alright, that's fair. Goddamn bulls are fighting hard, but not hard enough. I mean, they're not fighting that hard yet. They're really not putting a ton of effort into shorting VIX. Sorry. What happens if you YOLO everything into 10-year bonds and then use that for margin and lose it all? They sell your bonds. Your margin, your your liquid capital gets marked to market. You get paid on your bonds every year. Well, actually, it depends on which bond, but at least once a year. See, if I didn't have stops, I would have walked away, come back, and just been sitting at the same place. Yeah, pretty much. Is this a bull flag forming? No. I'm not napping. Gamma Max on Macy's? It's probably not relevant, but I can tell you what it is. 1683, and I don't think Macy's has ever tested its Gamma Max. Nope. Not since Jan. Well, even then that's probably wrong, but Jan of 2022. Very rarely does Macy's trade above delta neutral, and even when it does, not for very long. It's like a dividend stock, right? I think 5-year auction could do something. Yeah, could be pretty bearish. It depends on the tail. I didn't fall asleep. I was trying to communicate with my building management. It's still a good chance of ups sometime today if we break 42.25. Are rents up in New York City? I don't know. I haven't looked. Give me some of that good line. We'll be on calls, and being 50% distracted is no bueno during times of high vol. Well, either we break below 4200 or we break above 4025. 4225. Those are the only resistances that matter right now. How long's your lease? I have another year. I have like an infinite right of renewal. They have to offer me renewal first before they're allowed to put the apartment on the market. Stepping away for a bit of meetings. Hopefully, don't get fired. What price up and down for shirt off today? There's no price for shirt off today. It's in the DD from last night. It's like 42.25 ES, or ES, I think. Unsubscribe. SPX 4000 equals shirt off. We're not gonna hit 4000 today. We're gonna close between 42.25 and 4200 after trading in this range all day, aren't we? There's a good chance, yeah. If the 42.25 resistance holds, although puts are still capitulating on the downside at the in the money strikes. If Jimmy hits GM, shirt off, doesn't look like it's gonna run at all. And you said, "Are we gonna rip?" Then did your dancey dance? Was the moment I decided to yeet my down payment into AMC and GME. That cycle ripped. I made enough for the full down payment. Nice. Sorry, I'm rambling. I feel like I remember you telling me about that when it happened. I'm sorry for being right. What was your prediction? Last night I said Jimmy wouldn't run. Day's not over yet. Also, did you? It didn't seem very definitive. You were like, it looks like shit, which it does. I don't care if it runs or not. I'll just fucking sell covered calls. I kind of want to do 4190, 4180, put credit spread, 0 DTE. There you go. Jimmy running on the last OPEX day is pretty rare. Yeah, it is. So this is XRT going on reg share twice. Nope. Is VIX gonna break 20? Could test it again. We need JFresh to hedge his bull put spread. Why? That'll send us to the moon. I see it, Barry. I saw it earlier when you sent it. I asked why the meatball was covered in pickle. Kind of looks like a merit, like a sea mine. It's supposed to be gold. That was the wildest of times. You're like 2 months ahead of everyone else, calling for a recession / hard times. Because of you, I was able to front run the recession and secure affordable housing. Nice. Why am I a doctor? I feel like in the scene you're trying to paint, I should be like a rugged anthropologist, adventurer, anthropologist slash adventurer. I don't tell the overlords what to do. I just commune with them. Nice. Late to the game today. What do you think? It's just chop, right? They're not really getting a lot more put buying. They're still selling under 4,200. 4210 has some more interest, but on the downside here, they've sold off at 4220, 25, and 30. Filling that gap is pretty bearish. I mean, we didn't really even test it yet, so no, not necessarily. Breaking down from this downtrend is pretty bearish. Hmm. Nasdaq's still shitting the bed. How the fuck is Dow still up fucking 10 basis points today? How concerned are you that your landlord will have you killed to get out of the lease? 0. First time caller, long time listener. What's going on with GME being so low lately? It's a shit stock with no growth potential. And then nobody buys options on it to take advantage of the illiquidity. Microsoft is 6% of the Dow. Yeah. But the rest of the Dow should be down. That's an hypothesis. Big institutions using BTC to pump or dump. Depending on what state you live in, here in Florida, for example, it would be very easy with the right attorney to non-renew you regardless of your first right for renewal. Yeah, not here. It's against rent stabilization laws. Seems like RCU is the same as BBBY CEO. What? Well, no, he hasn't mismanaged the company that badly. UNH is also up 100 BPS. That's like 17% of the Dow. That's a decent chunk. Bounce time? No, not yet. Nope, not yet. So if everyone bought GME options rather than DRSing their shares, we could run. Yeah, actually. Leaps, not like just short dated garbage options, but that's the reason there's no volume on GME anymore, is because nobody has leaps on it. There's nothing for the market maker to hedge when the price moves, and so failures to delivers fall off. I'd love to hear your thoughts on BTC and what happened this week with the ETF. I mean, they're just centralizing Bitcoin. I, I don't really care about it. It's just funny to watch Bitcoin bulls get bullish on their currency being securitized, but, whatever. Hmm. Oh, it's going to be boring. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Sorry that took so long. That was a fucking nightmare. What happened? VIX 2050. Yeah, now they're gonna buy me a smaller stove. Because there's electrical lines that go through the little dividing wall and they can't cut through it. But they have to replace the drywall that they cut out. Oh, fucking morons. All right. Did you rub one out? I wish. NQ already down 200 BPS. Yep, they should be funding your meals within reason for inconvenience. I could probably go after him for it, but it'd be a bitch. What narrative? Echo. We're for sure below today's bear confirm line. I think we're at it. Yeah, we're just at it. I wouldn't say we've broken below it yet, but at least not significantly. We haven't moved down to the next strike on ES yet. Although we're getting close. Microsoft looks turnaroundy. Microsoft by itself is not enough to float the entirety of the Mag 7. I'm seeing retail traders argue that this is just shorts from Monday. They got trapped trying to save their positions. There really is no hope for these people. No, these are entrenched and longer dated shorts. And the sold puts at 4,200 are very much at risk right now. Getting interrupted and pulled away from your chair disrupts that. Well, life happens. 4190 put buying. put buying still increasing here. Bears have a little bit of an edge. I think they're going to try to take advantage of it. 42.25 calls dead? Probably, yeah. I mean, we're fucking $20 lower. At least for now. If we regain 4,200, they get back a little bit of hope. But I would say that we probably need to cross back above ES like 42.36. Yeah, at least retest ES 42.36 for them to have a shot at going in the money again. Out of the money calls haven't closed yet though, which is fucking weird. Oh, great. Sure, it isn't selling. Awfully far out of the money to be selling 0 DTEs. Like, they're not worth anything, right? You sell 42.60s for 5 cents at the bid. No one's gonna do that. They weren't sold this morning. Mm. Longer dated puts for the downside here, but I don't have anything short dated. When put capitulation. Well, they're still buying them. Like the net is increased interest in puts. So that's generally not a sign that they've stopped. Yeah. It's usually not a sign that they've stopped. I think the struggle is they're being sold at a fairly equivalent rate, and so it's contested, right? Nobody who sold short puts at 4,200 wants to lose this level. That doesn't mean they can stop it. VIX ticking up. Yields are pushing up again. Vol's moving back positive again. That's pretty bearish. What's our downside range here? 41, still 41.75. 5-year note auction, potentially spicy. It's one of the reasons I'm kind of trying to avoid adding to like short dated put positions here, because if it prints with like a left tail and under spot, and spot's up quite a bit today. We might push higher. I'm not sure how much they're selling. Remember when I said fail and new low of the week? We're still not at the low of the week. What, on SPX? Yeah, we're not at the low of the week on that either. That's like 41.89. Yeah, or we form a higher low and get a double bottom. The technical trend you're looking at is like a strangle entry. Entered call heavy straddle. Okay. Do you think background music is good or bad for trading psychology? I don't think it really matters. I don't, because I usually don't listen to music when I'm working, but if institutions are buying bonds and treasuries, can't they turn around and leverage those into margin and pump the money right back into equities? That's not really a very desirable position, but they could. It's counterintuitive. Right now, they're incentivized to go long volatility as they buy bonds, but I mean, no one's buying a lot of bonds. Bonds are selling off and getting shorted right now. Apparently, Country Garden defaulting on its dollar bond. Interesting. When did that happen? Last night. Let's say the market should be at 3,500 right now. Why don't we just move there immediately? Well, because it's not efficient. If Russell allows and yields come down, Fubo should go up, right? Seems like constant consolidation near 250. Fubo is very illiquid. Working? Sure. Let's call it that. You're just jealous because you have to fucking get on a train into the city every day, Gav. Bloomberg article 9 hours ago. Alright. An immediate move to 3,500 would be pretty efficient for me. I'm glad I stopped out of my AMD call position for itty bitty profits yesterday. I think I probably went AMD the same time you did. Every Tuesday, I stay at home the rest of the time. Even me going in once a week is primarily for Kava. Fair. Core 1M hit 30. Bulls are fuck. Not necessarily. Although it is kind of spicy. I'm far more concerned with the fact that volatility is positive right now. Fortunately, nobody's buying any bonds yet. What do you think about going long natural gas? I'm already kind of long natural gas. Well, sort of. I have some exposure. I don't think it's going to do that great, but it could go up a bit. Put your hat on. What do bulls know that bears don't? What are you talking about? The market's down like 6% in 3 months, man. Bulls are just idiots. Idiots are trapped. USD JPY is 3 cents away from the critical margin line. If Japan does any kind of short dollar long yen action, it'll help pump the market. Don't call me out like this, Gurk. What do bears know that the bulls also don't know, but that the birds may know? Hmm. Navigation? Okay. They're pumping meta now. Full pump, whatever they can. It's a really pathetic attempt, but alright. It's green on the hour. Is that the new bull narrative? Japan saves the stock market by shorting the dollar? Not if they create a credit crisis by doing it. Dropping yields is all fun and games till bond shorts get squeezed out and then everything crashes. Bond shorts did not cover. CTAs are short like 290 billion in UST. I miss old Gurk, who is YOLOing bankrupt makeup companies. Now it's just gay bears. I bought GME calls this week. Like a few. The only annoying Bill Ackman covered his bond short. I hate Bill. Yeah, you're not alone. This could turn around in time for 1269. It probably won't, but it could. GME sucks dicks. Yeah, it does. Fucking disappointing stock. If Jimmy fails here, is OPEX dead? I don't think that technical level matters that much. Calm down, shill. Ooh. SPX slipping even more. Meta dumped all its gains. Are they fucking around in my kitchen again? Hold on. All right. Do you have auction results yet? $4.899. So a little soft. What the fuck was spot at one? 4.895. Oh, okay. So not so soft. A little bit tiny. It's inconsequential. WI 4.880. I'm showing it at 4.895. At 1 o'clock. That's the biggest one since September? Wall Street Journal reported Hamas fighters trained in Iran before the October 7th attacks. Equifax released a report. Credit card utilization is increasing. Credit card delinquency rates for prime consumers, which represent about 20% of the market, are stable but above pre-pandemic levels and less than 1%. Subprime delinquencies are increasing over the past year and now above pre-pandemic levels, approaching levels seen last in 2009 and 2010. Whew. That's rough. Sauce Equifax? an hour-long meeting during which I had to shit so bad. You gotta get a, like, set up your phone camera to use in, like, Zoom, right? And you just like switch over and take a shit while you're in your meeting. No, credit card delinquencies from during the financial crisis spiked after the financial crisis, when everyone lost their jobs and homes. Delinquencies were fine before. You a buyer on Google here? No. No, no, no. Not even close. I'd be a buyer on Google below 85. Probably. Or 76. Then you hit that reverse camera button and get a free trip to HR. Why are you pointing your phone camera at your junk? Mortgage delinquencies picked up before the 2008 financial crisis, or started to. Credit card delinquencies picked up after, so yeah, lagging. But that's not going to be true for every recession, right? Only ones that involve residential real estate or are caused by residential real estate. You think they're going to try and salvage today, or we're going to keep moving down? They've been trying to salvage this the entire fucking time. I can't find the Equifax report. All right, let me try to look it up for you. This might be it. No problem, man. Hmm. 4,200 going to be saved? I don't know. Stop asking me if we're gonna bounce when we're still below 4,200. I'll tell you one thing: we're definitely gonna have to cross 4,200 on any attempt at a bounce. People over leveraging the V way too hard. You thought we'd have 2 wars and entrenched inflation trading at 4,200. Not me. Yet, here we are. Vol's gonna need to cool down a lot here for us to have a move to the upside. Hey, Dark, when we're looking at convexity, do you remember... Oh, okay. So we did it. Okay, good. That's why our indicator's so sexy and sensitive. Ooh. Bull's getting ready to unleash a new round of VIX shorting. Maybe, yeah. They just started. And they're trying to push it, so... Yes, breaking above 4,200 is slightly more bullish. No, we're not in a fucking bullish range. Before anybody asks. We still have to break through 42.25 to have any kind of larger move to the upside. And that's a long way away from where we're at. How's the Tomatillo? We already discussed this. The Tomatillo is cultural appropriation, Victor. One hour chart hasn't where the ES is just double bottoming. I know, way too early to tell. Yeah, way too early. VIX below 20 might incentivize puts to close? I doubt it. It's the delta that they're worried about now, right? These are like fucking, they sold puts at 4,200 for like November and December. Are you not Latinx? I don't know. I'm part Spanish. No, I'm not Persian. Or a centaur. Conquistadorex. I mean, I'm Italian, which is a Latin country. So, this is not in Latin America. I know that, Sistani. No, I don't know the Pope. You spoke too soon, Serenity just opposed. Nobody says Latinx except for white people. Every Hispanic in SoCal looks at you super confused. Shockingly, I've never used that word outside of this chat in my life. Using Latinx is a great way to make my wife hit me. Orally. You're so good at code switching. How do you talk to your centaur buddies? I'm not a centaur, Dave. What's up with your SoFi position? Oh, that's a good question. Cornub couldn't get a fill, and so I just wanted to see if I could. Probably really not appropriately planned out, but it's there. Okay, not a centaur. Wink, wink. Selling shares and then selling in the money CSP versus CCs seems like a better idea if we run, so I can sell at the top. Okay. I'm just trying to keep the flow of yields going. Have you ever considered just buying like dividend stocks by Polar Bear? What is it, Dork? Yeah. Earnings for SoFi next week. Probably gonna be. Glad you're finally on board with me and Uncle Bruce. Dude, I sold in the money covered calls. Or in the money credit spreads. I don't know what you're talking about. This is not a bullish position. Is the GME OPEC dream over? Kind of looks like shit. The GME OPEC stream has been over since August of 2022. Sometimes I just like to feel again, though. I need to buy div stocks. My port has been destroyed by my regardlessness this year. I thought everything you owned was just like commodities. Commodities with like dividend yields. Has anyone seen Half Square? I banned him ages ago. I was tired of listening to him trauma dump on the Discord every day. So did Jimmy shorts not have to cover much by T plus 2? No, they're just not covering anything. Probably because XRT is on reg show and they don't have to. Or because the market's tanking and they're getting plenty of liquidity from that. Can you tell me what Dish is not a buy? It's trading at book. Please roast me. Have you like searched my name in Dish? I already did a whole write up on it on the Zillionaires general chat, or I don't know. It's in one of them. Why don't you have to pay tax on SPX options? You do. It has a tax treatment, but you still have to pay taxes on it. It reduces the amount of short-term exposure or short-term capital gains exposure. Are waifu pillows a commodity? No. It doesn't hold the CEO board are tight-lipped and provide no guidance. Probably don't have any. Will shorts actively destroy the stock and shed investors or scare off future ones? Yeah, well, that's probably not a good thing. I don't have to pay taxes on SPX exposure because I just lose money. Why are these candle wicks shorter than a nubbin toe? Because short vol's trying to position here. So far, not very successful. What are we waiting for on SPX right now? Earnings tonight? Yeah, we have Meta earnings tonight. Ooh. I want to look at tomorrow's expiration and see what's going on. Where does it look like we go from here? Flat unless short vol gets a foothold. Actually, even if they do, maybe still flat. This might be their foothold. They're trying really hard to keep us from dropping. That does not imply success. Oof. Hmm. Ooh. Yeah. Big fucking put walls tomorrow building up at 4210, 20, 4200. Looks like the market's kind of bearish on Meta's earnings tonight. Just bearish overall. Nice. I saw that in the earlier one you posted. It was really cute though. Yeah, it looks fucked. We hit 150 JPY. Yeah, but there wasn't like a serious reaction there or anything. Holy fuck, the 30 years up 300 basis points today now. Yields are just rocketing again. Yeah, vol's spiking. Bulls are dead. Bears reign supreme. Tom Lee's a shill. Bill Ackman's a douche. Larry Fink is a chungus. And Ken Griffin is my daddy. Yeah. All accurate statements. Thanks, McConnor Barry. How do you plan on comforting 500 people during a market crash? Probably gonna have to ignore them. There's the new bull market in the room with us. Hey, Dork, we're getting closer to my prediction for the week. Most of us are bears, so we'll be happy. I think all of us are at this point, right? Is there anybody left in chat who's like a bull? It's okay. Show yourselves. Jackson? Jackson's just a troll. Hmm. Have to wait here. I like to believe all the names I mentioned watch the stream. Where is it? Are we gonna bounce? Yeah. It's really no, probably not. This doesn't look good. We've lost 4,200 now, so yeah, that's like a confirmed breakdown, right? So they've got a minute here before more put positions build up to the downside. There's a shitload of puts for tomorrow at like 41.80, 75, 70. So yeah, I'd say if they can't turn this around like now, they're gonna lose this level too. And if they lose this, we can move down pretty hard. It's still gonna be like this though, like level by level as they try to defend their Vega risk at each level, right? They've sold Vega at pretty much every level, every $25 increment all the way down. So expect them to try to defend all of them until we get like a lot of volatility and way more volume. Did the Bulls give up? I mean, they're shorting vol, but they're not getting any puts to capitulate, right? Because they're not getting vol down. They're shorting into like high volatility demand. Which isn't, that's not like a successful formula. Test the double bottom on Microsoft. Yeah, I still don't think Microsoft's big enough to float this shit by itself. Like, their earnings were okay, but they weren't that good. Fucking Google's down 10% today. Meta's down 3. Tesla 1, Apple 1.5. Amazon's down 5.64. That's huge. Nvidia's down 4.2. Ooh. Do US treasuries usually move like Dogecoin lately? What are your thoughts on the House Oversight Committee getting classified access to government UFO crash retrieval programs dating back to 1947 tomorrow? I think they'll probably just get a lot of nothing. I don't think the government's keeping UFOs a secret from us. Yen below 150. It's still going down. Nice. Well, Japan has their rate decision at the end of this week, I think, so. Sheep? You're mistaken on that. Yes, they are. Whatever. Peg it. Will they try to recover this after hours if earnings are remotely okay? It's pretty ugly. Yeah, this looks fucking. You're right. This does look fucking terrible. Till J-Fresh, she needs to be bullish again tonight. If I buy a put here, will we V into the end of the day? Yeah, it's possible. I would. I still think there's opportunity to be patient here. I don't think we have enough. I don't think we really have enough volume to bother fucking with like trying to time a breakout. We're just kind of walking down really slowly, but if we stagnate like we are right now, this gives an opportunity for bulls to push back on vol. And now there's a lot more 0 and 1 DTE puts that may be willing to take a profit than there were earlier. But there's really nothing you can do in a situation like this where you know, direction really isn't determined, besides like buy something at the money and set a stop, right? And then see which way it breaks. "19 more votes before House Speaker is decided." I don't think the market gives a shit. Wait, did you average that shit up? Or is this a new one? I guess I should sell the call side of my 41.95 SPX Friday straddle, or is that regarded? And we still have 2 more earnings this week. 41.95 is not too far out of the money to still use as a strangle, but if this keeps progressing downward, you may want to sell something against it, at least to hedge it for today. Oh, okay. We're still $50 away from your target, Dork. Check out QQQ 350 OI for November. I'm trying to make sure I don't get burned up on my SQQQ calls on a bounce. Hold on. For the 17th? 13,000? That's not too crazy. It's definitely a big deal, but it's I'm sure that Jan is Jan worse. Jan's actually better. Oh. Yeah, December 15 has 110,000 open interest. Calls? Hmm. So it's like 39,000. Seems lopsided. None of these levels matter, and there's no telling when it will find support. 4,200 is super important. But yeah, it may not find support. We have the bulls right where we want them, right, Gherky? What do you mean? No? They're still selling vol like assholes. Why would Visa die? What do you do when you feel you're underexposed? Take more clothes off. Trailing stop, 190p here. Trailing stop or limit or neither. Can you use a trailing limit? Trailing limits are nice. I don't know. I feel like if we move up hard, it could be kind of gappy. Maybe just a stop limit. I probably wouldn't use a trail stop here. As long as you're good at adjusting them. What happens when you sell vol, but it keeps getting railed? You get fucked even harder. Room down to like 560 on BlackRock. What's your choice in a good alcohol? I'm poor, so I have a limit. Just get like you like whiskey? Get like Japanese whiskey from Costco. It's cheap as fuck. It's delicious. I think they have like Suntory's like $40 for like a handle. Still on for our Free the VIX picketing in front of NYSE later. It's loosening up a bit today. God, this is so frustrating. They just keep selling into the fucking falling price. Like, what the fuck are they thinking? And why aren't they buying calls? Like, none. We're just gonna buy some like out of the money bullshit in case this just rips down. Mm, 50. How did I get such a good fill on that? Oops. It's because they're shorting the fuck out of it. I mean, I bought it at a 20% gain, dork. They really are shorting the fuck out of everything, though. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Yeah, it did. It broke earlier. From like 12:05 to 12:15. Like right here. When we first tested, yeah, when we first tested 4,200. It's usually not that it broke, it's just the spike is too big to register. Oh, great, they're gonna try to pump now. Darth is sending me pictures of his fucking nipples again. If this fails, it's really, really bad. You won't hear that on Bloomberg Live. No, you won't. 4180 T67 is an important level on my daily chart. Okay. ES 4193 is an important level. That's when we go back into the bear market. 27 months is not nearly long enough to spend with such stupendous Dans, and 27 months, if far longer, than half as well as they deserve. Check Discord. I saw it already. Fucker. I'm sure the new speaker is great. Reputable politician who will help lead our country in the right direction. Whatever. At what price does IWM become attractive? Like 140? IWM's in a bad spot. Or I think a really bad spot. Let me double check, but yeah, I think like the worst imaginable. Ooh, yeah. If IWM breaks below 161, it could crash. But the video has a special message just for you. Oh, Jesus Christ. The move on the tail end of the curve is crazy. Such a fucking bull trap on bonds. Yeah. I think if their pump fails, this is gonna get wild. What did you write that on your chest with? Grease? Magnum Sharpie marker. Nice, Sisyphus. You know when commodities rip, you're gonna be like a millionaire. Netflix a short opportunity here. It seems like post-earnings exuberance should have faded. Could be. Why is HE pumping hard? I swear to God, if I check it and it's up 30 cents, I'm gonna ban you. It's up 19 cents. All right. The baby Cubs demand ban. He's not actually banned. I just timed him out, but still. I'm not that mean. Who was it? Hamburger Helper. Bet you won't ban me. If Jimmy doesn't run by 350, I might take DFV up on his offer. I will always find my way back. I swear to Christ, if you ban Darth and we MOASS, we live in a simulation. MM got my money. They're good at that. If you and DFV both dump GME at the same time, how low do you think we'd go? I'm asking for my puts. Why would you buy puts on GME? How could you contemplate banning your husband, you monster? Really easily. I thought they agreed to not invade Gaza today. We're still preparing for the collapse. It's like the worst stock in the world to buy puts on. And then Yahoo said a date is chosen. Why is everything that guy says always so ominous? Why can't he just be like, we penciled it in for Friday? Push to 4205. They're just pushing. I think they'll be happy with anything they can get at this point. Why can't we just let them all fight over their fucking patch of sand by themselves and just ignore it? Because oil? I mean, there's not even like that much oil there. You're not my husband, Darth. Stop trying. We need that sand for silicon chips. After 3 failed nominees, Representative Mike Johnson, Louisiana, has been elected new Speaker of the House after receiving the necessary 217 votes. Giddy. We need the sand to reshore our beaches. We need to raise Florida's elevation by like 10 feet. So the government can shut down again now? Yep. Yep. Good old Louisiana, the bellwether of the nation. Yeah, not known for being rife with political corruption at all. BOJ intervention, same like margin calling the USA. Yeah, yeah. Kind of same like squeezing treasury shorts. Trash lives in Louisiana. It's a good state now. We should campaign to get Trash elected. At what point would you call the pump rejected? But I don't know, probably when it rejects. Anybody went long bonds the last 2 days just got fucked? You mean Japan? They are really trying very hard. They're not, I will say, they're not succeeding tremendously. Which isn't a great look. So ominous of you. Trash Dan for Speaker of the House. Exactly. I can't think of a better candidate. The Dans are extremely adept at influencing their way in the political world. They've mastered the art of giving handjobs 2 at a time. Tootsie Roll. Alright, it's getting close to Halloween season. I don't know how early people start buying their Tootsie Rolls for Halloween. I would imagine their next earnings would be better. 5 at a time, 2 hands, 2 feet, 1 mouth. Challenging. Candy prices are insane this year. I guess I'll just lock my door. No, I'm pretty lucky. There's only like 2 kids on my whole floor. And like, so I'll just buy like 2 candy bars. And I think they're both too old to be trick-or-treating anyway. Still below $30 though, so technically a buy on Dork's Dunks. You know, if the market crashes, Tootsie Roll's probably gonna go to like $12, right, Dork? Maybe you'll get egged or TP'd. All I have is a door. You mean 35? Is this part of your Tootsie Roll MOASS if the market crashes thesis? Kenny's gonna cover his 1 short share. I don't own the apartment I live in. I have no interest in buying more of them. MOASS is about 18.5%. Very, very slowly. It's like over the next decade. Well, tape TP to the door and egg the TP. Okay, that's like a problem. Ooh, that's like a problem for the building maintenance guy. That's not very considerate. He's got enough work to do trying to unclog the fucking garbage chute. Did I tell you guys? Somebody threw a child's high chair down it. It's one floor below mine. And now there's like 50 bags of garbage on top of it. And so what people are doing is they're taking the elevator to higher and higher floors to dump their garbage on top of the high chair. Instead of just throwing it out the window like a good New Yorker. That's gonna end well. No. There's always something stuck in the fucking garbage chute. Last month it was like one of those memory foam mattresses. Oh well. They'd still have to find my apartment though. They could wander around my building for days without ever seeing me. The worst, I mean, it's the worst part is that the people who jammed the fucking high chair in there, like they had to actually wedge it in there. It wasn't like it fell down and got stuck. It's like wedged in there with like two of the legs still sticking out of the door. So like it was immediately apparent that it didn't fit. And they just kept pushing it in. Maybe it was the fucking oven delivery guys. Maybe the new oven's in there. Did they have video on who stuffed the trash chute? Man, those cameras never work. How wide is the chute? I don't know, like a full garbage bag. 1.5 by 1.5. Not fucking wide enough for a high chair. Worse yet, this happens so often that like the guy who's like the super said that if we have like big trash and we don't want to take it downstairs ourselves, we can just throw it in the freight elevator and he'll get rid of it. And people still just shove shit in the garbage chute. Just turn the elevator shaft into a garbage chute. Interesting. I see it, Dork. I just have no confidence in it whatsoever. Poor guy, you should get him something for Christmas. I usually like give him like some cash, a couple $100. He's actually cool. He's like the only person who works in the building that I like. The doorman's a fucking prick. Did you sell in the money CCs on GME yet? No. A few $100 is generous. Really, I felt like it wasn't that much. I think I gave him like 300 last year. But he'd been to my apartment like 15 times to fix shit. And I'm pretty sure they pay him like $20 an hour. And it's like a co-op, so the rest of the people in the building are rich assholes. And they all treat him like absolute garbage. Doesn't he get free rent? I don't think so. I think he works at like another building on other days. He might get free rent at the other building, but yeah, I don't think we have. I don't think he has an apartment here. Usually, that's kind of the deal: is you get free rent and some type of salary. But they've phased that out. No one wants to give a like the superintendent like $4,000 a month and a free apartment. He used to get exclusive use of the garbage chute, but the rich holes have ruined that too. Sup, dogs? Thanks for the votes. I appreciate the support. I'll defund all of your schools last. Trash Dan for Speaker of the House. You're in it. You just got to get into the boys' club in Louisiana. I don't know how you do that, but it exists. I think you can get a law degree without going to school though. Riku, fucking A. I know we say it a lot, but I seriously can't thank you enough. Ever since you tolerated answering my questions on spreads, I've been making 4 to 10K a month by selling them at the end of SPX trends. Nice, dude. I don't know how a centaur would use a men's urinal. Maybe just like back up to it. Like this way? Horse leg. You got like 2 feet of rope to work with, so I feel like you could go either direction, you know? How do I sell SPX spreads without like $400,000? But you don't need $400,000. The margin requirements the spread. $10.30 yodeling as they climb the mountain. Yeah, that's pretty bearish. In 2020, LA allowed law students who graduated that year to be accepted into the Bar Association without taking the bar test. The chair of the bar's daughter was in that class. Nepotism at its finest. How did LA allow it? It's a state bar. Was it because of like the pandemic or something? Are they only allowed to practice law in LA? Does LA have its own bar association? Louisiana? Oh, okay. Well, why didn't you write Louisiana? If you say LA, I'm just gonna assume he means LA. LA is more important than Louisiana. Now that we broke down, how did these clowns get out of it? By pumping back above it. The bar she got into was the Viper Room. I didn't have enough characters. Alright, Barry. Another reason Google missed on earnings. Is this a diamond top? Is that a thing? It's a thing, although I don't think this is it. Is the pumpers' lack of call buying a testament to their reduced margin? Maybe? I don't know. They've been selling fucking puts all day. You think they could use some of the credit. Maybe they're just waiting until calls are really cheap and they're going to try to squeeze the upside. If someone buys cheap puts to squeeze the downside and we don't move. That's what's going on right now. How wide is too wide on strangles? Yeah, you don't want to get that crazy with them. VIX is only at 20. I probably wouldn't go more than 10 or 15 out of the money. Oof. 10-15 out of the money each side. I probably won't go more than like 10, honestly. 5 or 10, but you could do 15. You've really got to trim the theta down though, and I'm not a big fan of that. Hypothetically speaking, is it possible someone who has knowledge of the interaction of markets, bonds, to hold currency pairs in place? Or is that too much capital for most participants? It'd be very expensive, but no, it could be done to some degree. Don't forget about leverage, right? We normally want the call closer because VIX dies. I mean, as long as you go, like, you're just planning on going in the money, right? Like, once VIX is high enough, you're just expecting it to go in the money. If the VIX starts dropping that hard, price is going to rocket. You expect vol to pick up here into the end of the day, or do you think vol would continue to blah while people wait for earnings into the close? I think bulls are going to try to pump it back above 4,200 and trigger a cover bid, and get the market maker to fucking blow off all of their short interest. At least that's what they're really trying to do. So far, they've been unsuccessful. But they're really, really trying. And if there's a lapse in put interest, or if there's any put capitulation, that could be enough for them to start pushing gamma up. A lot of the, like, deeper in the money puts for 0DT have already closed out. And if vol drops like 3%, 4%, quickly, that could trigger a big push. That's one of the reasons, like, I've been hesitant to take on too much downside exposure. At least on the intraday. I've got a little bit in case they fail to pump and it just tanks, but thanks, Mark. Today was nutty. It was kind of, yeah. Weird for JPAD to be speaking tonight? No? I think he's just like giving a commencement speech for something. I'm not sure it's going to be directly related to current market conditions, but it might be. I appreciate that, man. You don't have to, but thank you. I figured I would lose a ton today. Long dated puts are dope. Never calling him a FinTwit again is donation enough. I thought JPOW was going to discuss the DRS movement. Okay, seriously? What happens if GME rips into close? I appreciate it, man. Tell your friends. Sag, I took profits at 42.10. Oh, well. I closed my overnight straddle at like I think our first test of 42.05 today. I was out. I haven't had short exposure since. I mean, I have my long dated stuff, but nothing for the intraday, which kind of sucked, but we haven't really dropped that much since then. I mean, even at our low, like yeah, I closed like right here as this started to bounce back up. Um, but yeah, I think even like our low today, we only dropped another it's like 40 basis points. 44 basis points. So I don't feel terrible about it. I'll feel less terrible if it bounces. We all make white. If GME rips and halts into close, maybe I'll just sell all my shares in after hours. Get fucked, retail. The new RC with the same old playbook. Boo. Jamie, I'm not gonna do that. Jamie looks like it may want to become the comeback kid. Well, at least for today. It's really a liquid. If the market moved up, it would actually have some potential to move, but that's not happening. And it looks like bulls are almost fucked here. Not good that we slipped again. And VIX is climbing. Maybe if they hadn't sold all those fucking puts down here earlier today, they wouldn't be in this predicament. You do it as a market order so we can see the slippage in real time? Absolutely fucking not, Lily. Seriously though, if Jimmy ends today at 14 plus, could it keep going up tomorrow and Friday? Not unless the $14 call is squeezed out, which they didn't today, right? Despite opening at 14. And the short dated options are gonna start selling off on it, and the market maker is gonna dump their hedge. Which means it probably won't see anything till like the ETF FTD period, which is always a shitty time to buy calls. What are your predicaments for end of day? I think if the bulls fuck up this pump, which they're currently in the process of fucking it up. But yeah, if they fuck up this pump and they fail to regain 4,200, probably by like 3 o'clock, I think it'll be pretty hard for them to get the cover bid. And if they don't, we can dump hard. Like if we lose 75, we can move down really fast. Even 80. There's enough put interest at 80 that if we lost 80, we could lose 70. When's that period? It's gonna be like the I haven't counted it out, but it should be like the early part of November. It's usually like the beginning of November. So GME, it's like November 2nd through 6th, but ETF FTDs are actually garbage for that time period. You know, ETF FTDs today are really high. They're like 971,000. I guess it's still up day over day, but yeah. Fuck, man. Yellen really dumped a lot today, didn't she? She's not fucking around. 134 billion tendered? 63% of the bid at the high. Huh. Oh, that was the 2-year. That's an old one. Never mind. Was that the right report I sent you earlier, Dork? How do you buy SROF? It's an OTC stock. I don't know how TDA handles that. Schwab, you just have to like turn on buying for OTC. You can buy it through Fidelity. GME FTDs are almost 1 million. Do they need to cover? It's not GME. It's ETFs that GME is in. Some of those FTDs are GME. And no, they'll net off everything they can. They got a nice fill on 4185. Okay. Ooh, if Microsoft rejects hard. Yeah, if this gets a continued rejection off of VWAP, that's gonna be bearish as fuck. These Visa's kicking ass. Hmm. It's gonna be a grind into the end of the day. No, I think if this fails, it's gonna fail pretty hard. Does Meta look extremely bearish into earnings tonight? I mean, yeah, it's down 4%. Oh, that reminds me, I have to hedge that. Fuck. Ooh, Meta lost its stablecoin status at 300. Like 25 wide. Jesus fucking Christ, those are overpriced. Do 15. Hmm. It's 10, 17. What does it support now? There's gotta be a better way of hedging this. Hmm. Why is BTC ripping? They're excited about the centralization. Does that mean it gets to short a BTC ETF? Yes. You and every vol seller in the planet. BTC's ripping because of Pastor Coin getting swole for Jesus. It's not. It's muscular Christianity, Mick. BTC centralization is gonna be lit. It's finna give us true freedom. All I want is a 100 BPS move in arguably one of the most bearish environments we've seen in a while. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. Yeah, I think if they, well, I mean, they're still trying, but it's not looking good for them, right? Like generally when you're pumping the market but only managing to sustain a downtrend, that's not like a good look. Oof. We see about 3 p.m. today. Oh, okay. If we don't see Jimmy OPEX run this time, could see slow covering over a few weeks. How high do you see us going if this is the case? 18, 20? I mean, the target would still be Gamma Max. It's always the same. I don't know what's gonna happen over the next few weeks with GME though, especially if XRT stays on reg show. I think what I'll look for is XRT coming back off reg show, and then I'll consider going long again. But yeah, if it stays on reg show, fuck that. Ken Griffin says SEC scrutiny of biased trade utterly beyond me. Okay. Has SPX ever dropped $100 in an hour? Yes. Many, many times. Can GME get swole if XRT comes off reg show? Looks that way. Question is, what's gonna happen first? Market crash or XRT off reg show? And probably just drag this out to earnings, and then if it's positive, run it then. That's possible. Was options positioning on ETFs like XLC affect underlying stocks? Not exactly. Yes and no. Gotta be so cool if we test like the. If we could test the 2 sigma on the 1 hour, that would be dope. It's such a straight shot too. There's like fucking no resistance here once we cross 41.93. That would put us at what, like 41.53? That'd be cool. Do you legitimately see a market crash possibly happening soon? Man, you need to like become a billionaire and read the daily DD so I don't have to fucking answer these questions 900 times. Where did you, Dork, and 2Cat predict the end of the day for today was? I don't know. Hold on. I predicted the end of today at 41.88. JFresh and Dork predicted the end of today at 42.58. The day ain't done yet. Dork, if it goes back to 42.58, it'll be the happiest I've ever been with being wrong. This looks like a big flaming bag of poo-poo. It really does, yeah. How do I become a millionaire? Start a small business. Get a bunch of loans. Grow that business. Take it public. Run that business into the ground, paying yourself with shareholder money. File for bankruptcy. Take the business private again. Restructure your debt. Reopen the business. Take it public again. Dump all your new bags on retail investors. And then just rinse and repeat forever. Look at this. It's literally free. It doesn't even have to be a good business. Referral is about to get exploded, and they're willing to do whatever it takes not to eat a big flaming bag of shit. In my very unprofessional, uninformed opinion, you know, the last time they almost ate a big flaming bag of shit, we ran 300 basis points in like 2 hours. You can just go back in time to 2020 and get a PPP loan. Yeah, but mine can make you a billionaire, not just a millionaire. It's hard to believe an instruction manual of this caliber is free. Don't remind me, Bostic is a shill. That motherfucker had more speaking engagements over this last month than he's ever gotten in his life. Do you think the news of the lawsuit on Meta can counteract a possible earnings beat? The rumor of the FTC lawsuit might. Oh, look, they're trying again, Dork. Why did these fucking cunts ever run out of money? Pardon my language. Capital. Who margin calls the primes? Well, the SEC's too busy watching Pornhub. Which direction are you expecting it to close? I don't know. They just fucking pump the shit out of it again. We got a double bottom on the 1 minute. They're gonna keep trying. They have like billions of dollars at risk underwater at 4,200. Ooh. Hmm. Huh? That's not a Head and Shoulders. Is this like make or break time for? It's been make or break time for the pumpers all day. Make crime illegal again, only for the poor. 160 P's down 220, 190C up 160. Is this winning? If so, is expensive? Big cat, little cat. They're fighting for QQQ 4350. Probably, yeah. Both, right? Pump got stuffed a little bit. That doesn't mean it's over. Sava's going crazy today. I remember when there was a correlation between GME and Sava. Yeah, well, they used to run at the same time. Holy fuck. Yeah. Yeah, they used to run at the same time in like 2021, and then I think in 2022, Sava started running on an offset cycle from GME. I think it would run the month before GME ran, so it was like neither one ran, and then the next OPEX Sava would run, and the next OPEX GME would run, and that lasted through like August or October. And then, Sava didn't do shit for a long time. I think they diluted, too. I'm getting on a work call. I'm still going to listen to you and watch the stream and the market, but I'll also be on a work call. Thanks for letting me know your exact situation as of this moment, Brett. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bearish is this for close? I mean, it's not really anything, right? It's just, we're just stuck here until one side wins out over the other. If no GME OPEX run this week, could we see a slow cover over the next few weeks? I don't love it. I might get some exposure for the ETF FTD period, but just because XRT's on reg show. But other than that, I'm not fucking touching it. Maybe November OPEX I'll pick up some more debit spreads. Stuffed again. I thought you ought to know I'm not on a call. Thank God. Are the Gherks in attendance? Should I watch my language? The meatball's deep in the marinara. G Square, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man. I have you on the headset whenever the Gurks are around. They don't need to learn about dong thongs and scaping best practices. It's true. It's too young. My credit card expired. That happens. I appreciate it, man. How bullish is that they're spending billions to not close out their risk at 4,200? I mean, okay, yeah, but they're not winning, right? So if we're above 4,200 and they're spending billions to not close out their risk, kind of bullish, right? But when they're losing and still spending billions, that just looks desperate, you know? It's like, yeah, it's just a little desperate. If a man does not have sauce, then he is lost, but the same man can get lost in the sauce. Gucci Mane. Beautifully put, Potato Tom. Since Jimmy didn't run, $15 CCs for next month safe. I might sell some above, like, Delta Neutral tomorrow. I'm not gonna sell them a month out. Not till after ETF FTDs. If I sell them after ETF FTDs. I might sell some weeklies, like, end of this week, but I'll probably sell them further out of the money. They're just not that worth that much. You know what's bullshit is that all of this downside should have been realized on Monday. But Bill Ackman fucked everybody. I thought you were in a call. Can you tell me whether to buy some 0GT puts or calls at this very moment? You could get both. They're very cheap. So 105.8 KOI on 5,000 piece for December's expiration. Those have to be part of some larger position, right? There's no way they sold those. Probably? Is that OI? Those might just be bought. The big fat debit spread. Still waiting for those rate cuts by the end of the year. Hanging on. Hanging on, hoping JPOW cuts or pauses the hiking cycle next week, but fucking stupid. End of day price prediction? I'm guessing 41.50. I mean, that would be exceedingly cool. Dollar strength's already bleeding into the other currencies, right? I'm tempted to get 5 out of the money 0DT Strangle for sub $5. It is tempting, but I caution you with this. We could just trade at this price until close. Like, no one wins, right? Just the market maker. I think it'll break out because I mean we still have like an hour, but that is a possibility that you should probably consider. USD JPY has crossed 150. I thought it crossed 150 earlier. It's at 150. And now it's back below it. Yeah, earlier today we hit 150.049. And now it's back above it. The Bulls don't have the juice. Yeah, not really. Juiceless. Nice try, Grim too. Can I hire all the Dans to help pump back the market? Yeah, sure. I'm having cheese on my curry again. I want to let you know because I'm lactose intolerant. That feels like something you should let people who are closer to you know. People like in your immediate vicinity. No bear song? No. I'm working overtime to get SPX back over 4,200. Isn't this the... Yeah, this is like the price we were at when we broke into the quote-unquote bull market. And everyone was like, it's a bull market. SPX to 4,800. 5,000 end of year. Silly. Parasite autoplays on the 2 Sigma. To be fair, we got to 45. Yeah, but not 48. Stop listening to Tom Lee. I've never listened to Tom Lee. I've been bearish since March. Like a good bear. It was a pretty impressive bull run, and you know it. I know. But it was built on nothing, Popcorn Trader. That was the problem. Humor me? Are you wearing pants right now? What answer will get you to stop asking? Thinking KView will surpass 21 in the next month or so? I fucking hope so. I still have $21 CSPs for December. You're gonna go heavy on oil if it looks like Trump wins? Trump wins what? Was Trump running again? Yeah? I thought he was going to jail. He's definitely not running. The dude's really out of shape. Just give it up, losers. I know, Dork. I know how you feel. If he wins, no jail. No. Why didn't he write himself a pardon? Dumb. He should have written See, if I was president, I would have written pardons for everybody that I conspired with. That way they would have no incentive to tattletale. He did try to pardon himself in advance. Yen going ham sandwich. I know, Dork. It's beautiful. He was advised not to pardon himself because it would look like he was guilty. Well, yeah, but still pardoned. Federal pardon won't help if convicted of a state crime. Lame. Fubu question: if earnings show the business is profitable, do you think we move into a new trading range? Maybe. Yeah. I think another that's possible. We might not because of the macro conditions, but that'll depend on how much better the business looks, right? Looking like you're guilty is much better than being sentenced for being guilty. What's your favorite derivative to go long yen? Futures. Dehydrated mangoes? No. I don't need to learn Rico. It's not relevant for me. I really dislike this trading range. It's not a lot of fun. God damn it. Kirk missed my epic joke about our equity market. Are you talking about SPX puts being a great way to get long yen exposure? I saw that. I thought that was just accurate. You have to put a laughing face so I know what to do. I had a 4185p open the last 2 hours and it's been less than fun. Yep. Yep, that's definitely true. Slash S for serious. Yeah, exactly. All right, Dirk, what do you think? One more big fucking push? Should I check tomorrow's expiration and see what it looks like? I think this is fuck it, run it till it blows. How many times are these awful bulls gonna ruin my zero DTE puts? As much as they feasibly can. This still looks like shit, Dork. That's not that much money. It's espresso over gelato. I don't think SPX halts on upside moves. Yeah, the ES stabilization here is not looking very bullish. There's more sellers at ES 4200 and they're trying to avoid it. Yeah, brewing fancy espresso over a chilled metal ball is absolutely a thing. Have you been to Bleecker Street Pizza? It used to be my favorite, but went last week after a long time and found it to be subpar. It used to be really good when I was a little kid, but it hasn't been good in a long time. How many bips would a bippity bip bip if bippity bip could bip bips? Is that Lawrence of Arabia pretending to be popcorn trader? You think you're gonna get out of your timeout that way? Unbelievable. I know it wasn't you, popcorn. You would have said bips at least 2 more times. Got him, dork. You timed them both out. Smart. Smart. I like your approach to meting out justice. Just convict everyone accused. There's a place for you in my cabinet. Market is down 140 BPS today. Why do people think it would just rocket down endlessly? Because it's down 140 BPS today. This is how I would do it. Peener, also bips. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Now I know. It would have been better if the peener was secret, though. Witch hunts are much faster than a fair trial. It's an efficient market. Exactly. Also think of the social burden. Everybody would be acting on their best behavior at all times because if anybody accused them of anything, boom, right in jail. I think the market can keep going down because the market can keep going down. Accurate and true. But it could also go up. VIX under 2050. Charles Entertainment Cheese knows how to make a pie. Gross. Hmm. I'm fucking hungry. Here comes the bips into close. Wessel's pretzels. See you in 300 seconds. I went to visit Mr. Cheese's establishment to celebrate my 40th trip around the sun. Fun was had by all. Nice. I've Yeah, I don't think I've ever been inside a Chuck E. Cheese. I don't like places that serve alcohol but also allow children. Unless it's like a restaurant and they're confined. I don't like places that serve alcohol and let children run free. Like if I'm drunk, the last thing I want to do is run into a child. I would not know how to comport myself. Yeah, that's why I don't go in Dave and Buster's. When will GameStop sell stolen watches and embrace its pawn shop roots? I don't know. I was hoping anytime in the last year. It could be, Richie. I don't like it because of how slow the housing market tends to move, but if you're just gonna buy the underlying, have girl dinner with a solid protein like salmon with miso glaze. Ugh, it's too sweet. Every time I get miso glazed salmon, it's always just way too sweet. I think Chuck E. Cheese has beer, right? This is literally the only places I go as a parent. I'm sorry, turd. Kids are just small pores. I just get wasted and camp the air hockey tables. Nothing feeling better than winning 7-0 against a toddler. Alright. I'm an absolute menace in the ball pit. I'm not particularly strong or fast, but my body is wiggly. Kind of like a sea serpent. Chuck E. Cheese has salmon with miso glaze. No, they don't. Say the first gap that hasn't been filled same day in months? No. The fucking SPX to the upside's riddled with gaps. Most of the breweries out here have little kid areas. You just drop them off to get wasted. So you just like drop your kids off in the brewery daycare, get shit faced, and then drive them home. Nice. I like it. As nature intended. Now that NFT Marketplace is dead, will GameStop start selling numbered prints of Jimmy America art? I'm sure 2 or 3 people would buy one. I want to find like an independently owned motel in southern Illinois that's just stocked with like printed out GameStop NFT art on the walls. And they have like the little sign so you can buy it. And WeBull, is there any way to have multiple order entries open and ready to confirm? Or can I only have one order entry on the table at a time? You can have multiple different orders open at the same time. but you can it's not like they can be confirmed. They just sit there. Like you have to place the order. I think I know what you're talking about, but yeah, you have to place the order on WeBull. Yeah, I'm not out here raw tagging Parenthood. I hope not. Was the U.S. troop deployment to Israel new news? No. Uh, boots on the ground? Does Donald Duck swim with his mouth open? Bulls are fucked. Hmm. Are they though? Wait, Dork. That's tomorrow. Do you have a chart? Yes, they are. Are you saying that because of your bias puts, or are they gonna pump the fuck out of this shit into the end of the day? Their little tiny Peter pumps are so hysterical. You can't just hit me with that. You at least warn me in advance. The market ripped when we invaded Iraq. Literally, the day the market was up 5 handles. Next country that needs democracy and oil and has oil is Iran. Yep, yep, that's true. What level does the MM rocket this up, or did we miss that window? And above 4,200 for starters. These fuckers better not start a war with Iran. You don't think they would? Because I can tell you right now, the executives over at Lockheed Martin are all standing around the boardroom table, rubbing their nipples and just waiting for it. We don't put 3 carrier groups in one spot for nothing. Exactly. We get to dismantle bricks. Then it'll just be Burks. We're planting the yellow cake as we speak. We don't need to. They have plutonium refineries, right? Don't like the vast majority of Iranians hate their government? Feels like it wouldn't be like a big contest. Just walk in and everyone's like, no, no, we're on your side. Dixie about to short squoze? No. Do you believe in God, Kirk? No, not at all. Do I strike you as a religious or God fearing person? I much prefer to be on the receiving end of the worshiping. Ooh, this place just sells gigantic pretzels. Okay. Seems like a niche market. Yep, this is definitely not a cult. You got it, dig enough. Remind me of a true American who all fear the one true God. Bacon? Lean hogs? Sounds kind of satanic. How? Wait, do you think not believing in God is satanic? That would still be believing in bullshit. Not just lean ones, girthy. They should change the name for like pork bellies to girthy hogs for the futures contract. GH. Most of them hate their government and just want to live in Irvine or Newport Coast. What do you think about shorting Shake Shack? Their food sucks. And they overcharge for it, and a lot of people eat it, so it's probably a good buy. What would Pickle Daddy do? You guys are ridiculous. If the fucking Bulls lose here, I'm gonna be so disappointed in them, Zork. Irvine's gross. You know, I don't really like it very much either. You know what Irvine is? It's just boring as fuck. Say the Bulls go limp dick and lose this level. Do we start a 6-month downtrend, or could this be the long 2 to 3 year downtrend? Why does it have to be a downtrend? That sounds so boring. How about just down all at once? I want to be a bull again. It's just unbearably tan. Everyone was great in the 90s, and then they shut down everything kid and teen related. Do you have a favorite Russian novelist? Ooh. Hmm. Tough. Either Gogol or Dostoevsky. But I don't like Crime and Punishment. I like the brothers Kazaramov. Karamazov. Karamazov. Hmm. It's a hibachi place. Do any of you guys ever just like not trust ghost kitchens? All I'm gonna say is bulls are fuck, but they're not fuck enough, okay? I hate the concept of ghost kitchens. Bulls are too stupid to realize how fucked they are. Yeah, in the longer run. Right now, their persistent but fucking selling of volatility hasn't stopped. Although I will say it's more of an irritation now than an actual fear that they're going to be able to pump the fuck out of things. Ooh, I can have barbecue. Turkish food? It's never very good. Polish food? What's Polish cuisine? Fucking pierogies and... Yeah, it is. Okay. Pierogies and kielbasa. I just had to Google ghost kitchens to follow along. I honestly feel like I live under a rock. How do I know nothing? And yet you have all that information right at your fingertips. I don't like ramen delivery. Ooh, what's this? Get Polish food. Eh. I don't eat fucking sausages and potatoes. Are ghost kitchens just takeout only restaurants? Kind of, but they don't have a takeout counter. They're like DoorDash only restaurants. They usually suck. You could get sushi. $35 delivery charge? What the fuck? Go buy some puts on DoorDash. Ghost kitchens seem like buying food out of an alley. Delivery charge covers DoorDash margin. Dash is down 5% today and has earnings next week. Interesting. Follow your tummy. I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean, they're paying the driver. Like, here's my problem with it. They're paying the driver, like, fucking $3, right? Did you see Momofuku Co. close? No. Shit. Nice LSD. But they spend all their money on fucking advertising. Just blows for tipping. Let the employers pay peanuts and expect customers to make up for it. Yeah. It's a shitty system. Meta options pricing in an 8% move. The time has come. Ban Darth Dan. Alright, done. I'll wait, hold on. You close half your covered calls. I'll ban Darth Dan, and then you close the other half of your covered calls. That's the deal, DFE. That's an ultimatum. Jimmy just rockets to $20. It's not the real DFB. He'd be a pontiff if he was. I don't know if DFE would have to pay me to hang out with him. I'd, I'd probably just be down. Oh, everything's so much more expensive. I've been trying to avoid like using apps and just like walking to get food every day instead of being a lazy fat fuck. And it looks like they've raised the price on all the food I order by like 20%. But just on DoorDash. DoorDash charges Apple users more than Android. DoorDash raised food prices here just today about 10 to 12% too. I mean, how can restaurants let them do that though? Like that's such a fucking easy way to lose your customer base. I'm astounded by the consistency at which the SPX closes at the level I find personally obnoxious. Stop getting baited by the MM. Nice, Tyler. Well done. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where it's like, if you want lunch, it doesn't matter from where, it's like $40. Fucking ridiculous. Like, McDonald's is the same price as, like, good food. That's why poors eat chopped cheese. Have you seen the price of a McChicken lately? I haven't eaten at a McDonald's in, like, well over a year. Is HE covering? Not enough for it to matter. There's probably just some pressure on utilities. They're very underpriced. Buy from DoorDash and short DoorDash as a pair trade. Real poors eat at home. It's almost as expensive to fucking buy food at the grocery store. How's Jimmy looking for a run today? Like it's not going to? This is awesome. Remember remember when I warned Yaga earlier about buying a $5 out of the money straddle? Strangle? Accurate. You make twice the food. Yeah, I guess. I mean, that's the thing. Is like you're just getting more food, but then I just like end up wasting a lot of food. Fuck off, Bob. Do you eat leftovers? Yeah. I mean, if I have them. But most of the times when I make a meal, it's like way too much food for me to eat before it goes bad. That's why I only eat Totino's pizza rolls. Is closing below 4,200 bearish? Yeah. No volume in the final minute. Nope. Ding ding. Wow. That was well, that was a brutal fucking day for indexes. Um we almost closed at kind of like the extreme range for today. Only like 17 BPS off. And that was kind of like as really as far as the options chain would support a move down. So yeah, that's nuts. Dixie up 106.50 again. Yields just rocketing all fucking day. A little bit of a turnaround there at the end of the day, but not enough to really stop the onslaught. Vol up, VIX closing above 2041. Looks like ES is still just stable into after hours. You could take a look at Meta here. I don't know if they've actually reported anything yet, but they're just, yeah, it's just kind of chopping around. I don't think they've reported anything. Correlation moving back up, and volatility premium still positive. So that looks bad, right? I mean, all of the work over the last 2 days of pumping undone in one day, and we're back where we were Monday morning. For the most part, I think the 10-2-year spread's a little tighter, but GME just looks like fucking literally nothing happened today. Like, they got some liquidity this morning. They used it to short a little bit. Just flat on the day. Garbage. Upstart fell under 25, which is pretty bad. Fubo's trading in its lower range. Siri didn't do shit. Top looks like garbage anyway. Yeah, Netflix might not be a bad short. I mean, most of tech just fucking murdered, right? Nvidia down 4% on the day. Meta down 4% on the day. But Microsoft's the only one that did okay, and it was up 3. But, you know, Apple down 136 basis points, Tesla down almost 200, Google down 950, and Amazon down 558. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look good. If we zoom out here on futures a little bit, yeah, we're clearly losing the trend line. Really, the next major resistances to the downside are like 193 and 4112. And if we get to like 4112, the draw of the JPM long puts is going to be insane. But this looks bad, and like a continuation. If we go out and look at our monthly, yeah, there's really nothing until we get down to like SPX 4050, and then SPX 4050 probably really likely to drag us down to like 3800. This just doesn't look good. There's nothing positive to say here. Bottom of the JPM color is 38. I think it's like 35 something or 36. Like the sold puts, I don't really remember where the fuck they are. Maybe I marked them. Hold on. No, I didn't, because I don't care about them. $34.10. There you go. Why not 3,800 tomorrow then? I mean, it's generally not how it works. But as fear increases, the rate at which we drop could as well. Bot puts are 40.50. Yeah, I have those right here. It's getting pretty ugly. I don't really know what else to say about it. VIX is an inverse yen index. Well, yeah, because you know, also just higher dollar, right? Higher dollar is going to drive credit spreads wider and vol demand up. While also reducing like forward earning yields. You're welcome. So yeah, this looks like shit. If you're in long puts, congratulations. If you're not, should have listened to me. Oh, Dork. Who's... I can't remember. Whose green line is this? Is JFresh here? Meta miss? Oof. It's okay. I'm just rubbing it in after yesterday when I clearly just lost horribly. Well, the last 2 days. Humble JFresh. He deserves it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope everybody has a good night. I'll put out an update probably around like midnight or 1 a.m. or something tonight for with the updated options data. I'll let you guys know just exactly how bearish this all looks. Meta fucking whiffing hard. Holy shit. My puts! Dork. I forgot to hedge. Winning. All right. One of us. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you later. Have a good night, everyone.